Right. Hello, and welcome to another exciting episode of The Forge of Mars. That's me, and painting. And as you may notice, we've now got two cameras set up, which is freaking me out at the moment because I'm seeing myself and seeing the model, which, if it can keep with the focus, come on. Right, so it's having interesting times there. But yes, hello everybody. Welcome to this Saturday night's paint along. And as I said earlier on today when I put it out on Twitter, we'll be doing the third Warmaster Titan, which will be for the Legio Damnicium, the Unbroken Lords. And the annoying thing is, this was actually all in focus a little while ago, but it's decided not to actually do that. It's playing silly buggers. So anyway, let's get my last bits organised, because that's the kind of guy I am, leaving everything to the last minute and get myself sorted. So yes, welcome. Hello Skywatcher Adept. Titanicus is the king of GW games. Yes, I am not going to disagree with you one bit there. I absolutely love this game, as obviously my obsession can attest to. Thank you for joining today, and for your comments on other videos. Much appreciated. Now, yeah, I'll say with the Titanicus, it's one of those games where you can really let yourself go and get yourself involved on mini counts, and there's so many different ways you can play it, even though you're utilising the same Titans against everybody else. It does allow you to sort of vary it up with the different mana pools, tactics and everything that you may have about. So I just realised I missed some lead belcher over the primer on here. So it's just double checking these little areas to make sure I've got that lovely lead belcher colour on there. Now you can see with the Warmaster, you've got the moving parts here. I have managed to, where I do washes and everything, managed to actually get them pretty stuck in most cases. The actual these bits in here, I always seem to glue them as well by accident, so they're sort of stuck in a certain area. So I'm going to have to move this camera just a little bit so I can actually see what I'm doing when getting in there, and plus getting the brush into the places that I need to go to. So, are you actually working on anything yourself, Skywalker? Or Skywatcher, sorry. It's easy for me, because of being a Star Wars fan as well, that I can make that mistake of calling you by a different name. But yeah, are you actually doing any hobby tonight, or are you working? I know a couple of guys that join us on the odd occasion like to just pop in whilst it's quiet at their sort of like night shifts or day shifts even. There's a few people from all over the place really, and it's always lovely to have people come and join me, have a chat. We discuss all sorts of things here, mostly hobby related or sort of geek culture, films quite a lot, TV programs that people are enjoying, or sometimes things that people aren't enjoying. But yeah. Oh, you bought a Warmaster and 4 Warhounds. Nice. Warhounds are such a great little kit to get a hold of because there's not a lot of messing about with them. They're fairly straightforward, and you can't really go too well. You can go wrong with any model, but Warhounds are quite a nice, easy kit to work with. And then obviously you just build yourself up from there to the bigger ones. Have you got any other Titans, or is it you just started with these ones? Because I have found with the Warmaster, building it does take a hell of a long time to do, but like when I first done my first Warlord, when the Grandmaster Edition came out almost 3 years ago, I found such a great sense of satisfaction when I've had it built and assembled, standing in front of me in all its righteous fury and glory. And every time, even now after building several, well, maybe more than several warlords, I still get that same sense. And you get that with the Warmaster, because it's not a drag or a chore either. It's quite enjoyable. You know, you go through your stages and your phases. The longest part I find with the kit is the legs, where it's not building them, it's finding the right position for them, because they've got so much articulation in them. You can get some good old stances and poses off, and that's what you really want, because it's such a nice model. It's a great size model to paint in general, and you find no matter how long, I think the average sort of time to build these things are probably around, I'd say about 5 hours maybe in total, and that's taking it easy, following instructions and all the posing that you have to do. Because I did start timing myself on Thursday when I started building this, Thursday morning, that the leg section, so obviously thighs, shins, not the toes as such, and here the groin section, that took me about 40 minutes to do, obviously because I clean up as I go along, so that obviously helps out. But yeah, it's definitely not a model you want to rush, because you do make mistakes, which, you know, not what you're intending to do, but it does happen. And plus, obviously, with the posing, you also got to get the base, because you want to know how it's going to stand. So I haven't glued the legs, so it's still kickable. And you may have already noticed as well, just at its feet here lies the last couple of the lobster plates from the front, because what I didn't really think about when posing him was that the lobster plates won't go past the inner thigh mechanic, oh, that thing, the thigh pistons. So I thought, okay, I'll incorporate it into the base. So as it's walking along, it's basically it's had it shot off, or it's turned and it's, you know, crunched it itself as it's trying to find a target. So if I just yeah, so obviously these are still maneuverable. Sorry. So these still go up and down at the moment. So until I can get the actual pose that I'm looking for, this is the sort of state of play that we're in, really. But yeah, so with the ruins, these parts were from one of the older generations of the game, I believe from like Titan Legion's era, which with my Legio Domitium army, or battle force, or Titan group, a friend of mine who was buying off of eBay some, it was actually Adeptus Titanicus rulebook, like the old style rulebook, and he got the building sent through as a bonus, and he just thought, I know somebody who'd had a use of them, and so Colin sent them off to me, and I have been making use of them on my Legio Domitium Titans bases. So it gives them a uniform look, which is always good to have in general. So just a bit of water there. So far I've bought 3 Reavers, 1 Warlord, 1 Nemesis Warbringer. Also had the sense of sex. You do. It's just, they just really are such nice models. And I know of a few people that I know off of Twitter, like hobbyists off of Twitter, where they've sort of suddenly jumped in to doing AT. They've found the same sort of thing where they've built the Titans, or even like the Knights, like Porphyrions, and they've absolutely just loved them. Which is great when you get a game system where the kits are so well made and detailed and just go together really, really well. And you know, you get it with all of them. I haven't found myself anyway, any time that I've built a Titan that it's felt like a chore. So it is, as you said there, like 5 hours of pure relaxation. It is. And everyone I've seen on like various like Facebook groups or on Twitter, Instagram, when they've sort of talked about it, and even on a couple of podcasts as well, they've actually just said how much they've sort of enjoyed building them, which, as I say, speaks volumes for the work that's gone into designing them and then producing them into plastic kit. Because I don't think, well, you can honestly say nobody saw it coming. So once it did turn up, it was like, oh, hello, what's this? And yeah, it's you know, it does look intimidating when you build them, and especially when you have them lined up against your other Titans. They really do sort of stand out, and that's what you are after, because it is a focal point, a set piece within your Titan battle group, and that's what you want. You want the big guys to really stand out. Then the small guys are running around shooting holes in everything. Well, that's one tactic at least, anyway. It's actually quite strange. I'm actually doing the base, but obviously I just wanted to get these armor plates done, because, as I said, it just couldn't fit any way, shape, or form, and because I used the poly cement, that's not coming apart. And not easily, and not necessarily in one piece. So yeah, that stays, and it's had its lobster armor removed for it. I might even, although I didn't do it at the time, I might actually add in the lower pennant as well, just like off to the side a bit maybe, so it has, like, you know, you can see it's been brought down off of the actual piece itself. We've got to do a few other little bit of details with Lead Belcher before moving on to the actual main guy again, because these bases, which I've used Civitas parts as well, which you can see here. This is from the Spire set, and just, you don't have to be precise on this section because you don't. It's not necessary, because obviously once you go over it with the Tyrant Skull dry brush and then Agrax over, and it would be like a heavy Agrax. Oh, welcome, artists at Empire. It's always a pleasure. Sadly can't hang out today, but look at that production value. Glad you've added a second cam. Don't forget me when you're famous. Hey, how can I forget you? You know, you enable me to eat sweets, American sweets on live streams. That was a first. I finished off the Mike and Ike's yesterday because I put them in my I put them away, and then I thought, oh wait a second, I've still got those Mike and Ike's, and the those other bits I had in the next day on Thursday as my snacks as I was starting to build the big guy. But always welcome to join in and say hello. I will order some Lunar Walls vehicle insignia from Pop Goes the Monkey by the end of the month. Lunar Walls with a Legion of the Warmaster Horus, true. And I want to paint my Warhounds in the same white colour scheme. That'd be interesting. And I'd say, will you sort of like start with a base colour and lighten it up, or are you going to go white and the other way, sort of thing, like, and tone it down and do some like washing around the edges to like lime wash and stuff? What is your approach for that? Because white is a bit of a pickle. Or are you just going to spray it and with Corex white or something? Where are you going to go with this project? Right, so that's that taken care of. Back to the Heavy Assault Big Boy, as the Eye of Horus podcast we're calling it. Thank you. Right. I think I'll start on here with some white. I'm feeling white at the moment. So you're all sorted, Scott, for your little week away from live streaming? Or you still getting yourself organised at the moment? Right. Sorry for that little bit of noise there, just sorting out my brushes, for I have many. So mix up. Let's make that a bit more fluid. Yeah, I've not got the camera over my little Perspex palette. Sort of watering down the colours. Just get that in there. Let's go with that. Right. I've never painted vehicles white before. Yeah, you say it's white is a bit of a cheeky little fella. I've mostly been using Corex white since it's come out. I find Corex white to be my go-to, simply because I don't like it being too white's being too in your face. So like White Scar is very white, but also very fluid. So with Corex, obviously, I put a little bit onto my palette, water it down a little bit so it flows a little bit easier. Now, when you're doing it on Titans, with the way I paint them, I don't have it looking totally smooth. I don't mind it with it showing, as you can see there, you can probably see a little bit of the metal showing through, because I will be going over this with Agrax, and then I'll be going over it again with more Corax. So this is just to get the like a base layer down for the white, and then through sort of cheeky manipulation of colours, because the Agrax is going to help with the weathering side of things as well. And as I said, you don't need to be 100% exact at this stage at all. You go by your gut, really. You see which you want to do, and you embrace it and go with it. Yeah, no, Corax is such a great little colour. I think I might also need to get hold of some more. Yeah, so I've not pre-planned how the sort of colour schemes I'm going with on this at all. So I normally just go with how I feel. But I want to get, because normally I've been using, it sounds weird, because the colour on the Messium, it's not really like a purple, it's more of a mauve. And the nearest I've managed to get to the mauve sort of coloration, which is, as I said, it's going to sound weird, is actually Screamer Pink. So I did actually nab some other paints off my girlfriend Sam for this violet. So I might experiment with that, because when I used Xerxes purple originally, it didn't look right, and it looked more like one of the other Titan Legios with I can Xerxes. I can never pronounce their name, so I apologise to all those Zestabarex Legio players out there. Yeah. So yeah, it's get a bit more of a point on the brush. I'm going to go with my traditional method, and what I will probably do, I'm going to see how that turns out, and I'm going to make a judgment call on it, and I may be experimenting and going over those purpley bits, or the Screamer Pink with that. They call it violet, but it's in the right sort of colour. The best colour I found when I was Googling and searching was it's actually an oil paint from Winsor & Newton, which is the... Oh, can you see it? A bit better. Maybe. Well, it's cobalt violet hue is the colour, but in the artwork, that sort of mauvey, warm, pinkish purple is the right sort of tone to my eye, anyway. So that's what I'm aiming for, and unfortunately, I don't do that tone in an acrylic. So, as I said, the nearest I've got to it is probably that violet. Well, ask you guys. So it's not a million miles off. It's a shade darker, but yeah, it's a darker form. I'm just looking. Yeah, if I show you. Yeah, so that's the violet. That's the cobalt violet hue. So that's the sort of tone I wanted to go for. So I could possibly mix it with, well, of course I could definitely mix it. It's just that I generally don't like mixing paints. I like to keep the paints simple, purely because trying to replicate mixes is never going to be 100%. So with that in mind, I always try to just keep a set colour. And as I say, there's no real sort of colours within the Games Workshop colour range that matches that sort of tone, because the artwork, which I can show you, obviously it's the picture of the warlord on the thumbnail. So, oh, yeah, I'll do on the. Oh, okay. Let's try it on this one. Sorry. Using two cameras. So, yeah, it's the top one, isn't it? Really. That's the nearest to that sort of hue that they have. But, yeah. That's the plan anyway. Yeah, he's a nice tone. It's very warm. Because obviously, like Xerxes purple. Wow. It's got like a little bit of blue. If I add that to there as well, he says, that'll do. So, yeah, so Xerxes, the cobalt violet hue, and the violet. Now, whilst I'm here, just dry that off, I'm going to mix that violet with a little bit of Corax. See how that reacts. Yeah, so it actually takes it away more to Xerxes with adding white. So yeah, obviously I'm not the greatest at mixing, and you know that would be trouble. It's just a shame they don't bloody do that in an acrylic. Or they might do. I'll have to do some more searching on that to try and find what the hell it is. So I hope for you. You look near enough. But yeah, obviously, yeah, that is nothing like. See, and now definitely having doubts over everything. It's just not fair. Oh, I pull my hair out. Right, let's get back to actually painting what I need to be painting. So, yeah, replicating mixes is a mission impossible for me. Yeah, as I say, it's not my strong point. I know there's loads of hobbyists out there which really excel at getting these colours and mixing, creating new shades, blends, and just going on from there. But so we all have our own little sort of strong points, and unfortunately it's not one of mine. One of my strong points is building Titans, and then discovering methods of painting them, which obviously Legio Audax, Legio Solaria and Legio Volcanum sort of what I've done before, and it sort of worked quite well. But as I said, with this stage it is very rough, because with painting Titans, in some respects, making it sort of a rougher look with like some of the silver shining through, stuff like that, it actually adds to the actual overall look once you've started doing all your washes and everything. And that way, oh, pardon me, just move it for you. It adds to the sort of the sense of realism. And yes, well, that's the plan anyway. I'm sticking with that. Get that in there. And so it's like scratching the paint onto it. As I say, it doesn't have to be at this stage perfect. You know, I will never paint a perfect model. There'll always be sort of some rough edges somewhere, and you know, because it does add to the aesthetic that it is being in battle. It has had its ass kicked and obviously kicked others' asses. The one thing I was going to do with this was actually have the head, main head section in white. Let's pick these bits out. Carefully. And get them round like that. I'm still working on my camera positioning, so I apologise for that. And getting that. I like the sound of the brush scratching. Dark Mechanicum philosophy. What Lorga's fanatics have not seen is that these gods are nothing compared to the power and majesty of the machine god. Already members of our growing cult are using the grace of the Omnicide, a true Omnicide, not Terra's false prophet, to harness the might of the warp. Gellerfields, warp missiles, void shields, all these things you are familiar with, but their underlying principles may be turned to so much more. Through novel exploitations of these technologies, we will gain mastery first over the energies of the Imperium, and then over lesser entities, until finally the gods themselves will bend the knee and recognise the supremacy of the machine god. From Titan Death by Guy Haley. One of my favourite books, and one of my favourite authors as well. Guy's a really nice chap as well. I've gone to sort of events and got to know him a little bit chatty wise. It's quite a funny guy as well. Especially when you're talking about like his gobbo, fixed love of gobbos. He does love a gobbo. But yeah, he was actually, when I bumped into him at the last Horus Heresy Weekender in 2019, I'd read Titan Death, and when I bumped into him, he actually had his Adeptus Titanicus Titans with him, and I had mine, so I said, well, why don't we put them out onto a table in the gaming hall and take some photographs of them together. So I had my Legio Krytos and he had his Solaria, and his maniple was based on the main maniple from the book, so second maniple, with Escher, Mahana, Vi, and in her Reaver Titan, and then the 4 Warhounds. I was through chatting with him there, and actually seeing how he's done the paint scheme, that sort of inspired me to actually do Legio Solaria. And I went from there, and now I've got a lot of Legio Solaria amongst all my other Legios. But yeah, it was such a great book, and I've listened to it on the audio a couple of times as well. Funnily enough, I've just started re-listening to Mechanicum because that is also a really good book. Considering obviously the events of the Martian Civil War, the death of innocence, as it was known, but also because it also had the House or Knights of Tyrannus in there, which is my main Knight house in 28mm. Also have them in 80 scale, because it would have been rude not to, really. You can't have Knights without having your Tyrannus Knights in there as well, so it had to be done. Get in there. That's more like a wash with that. Yeah, so with the armour here, I've gone for a plain one there, and then I've gone for a sort of the eagle one over here. So this one, I'm going to go with the sort of purple, well, my approach anyway, and then I'll be going to be putting some checkers onto that one there, because they do have a fair amount of sort of checker decals that go on there to make them stand out. Did consider stripes. I'm not too keen on stripes, especially with these. They're quite ornate, and doing stripes on them. I've done it with my fire wasps, but you know, yellow and black. Funny enough, it's actually, I find it easier to work with yellow and black than going with the purple and the Corax white. So I'll probably leave that. If you may have noticed as well, I've only got the one hood section in place. So this is what I've done with both the previous Warmasters, where I'll put the first cowl part into place, and then the second one, which goes over and basically blocks off here, because obviously I want to be able to get into paint the missiles on the Revelator missile system. So by doing that, it allows me access, and it just bends in there quite nicely. So you just put a bit of glue there, and then just bend, get them underneath here and here, and it would just sit there. But yeah, so that's something I'll be doing at a later juncture anyway. Right, let's continue. Get some more Corax white into play. So next we'll go, yeah, we'll do these sections in Corax as well. There you can see that. See that a bit better there, maybe. Because with the lights on there, obviously it's going to reflect off the silver and the white, which is a bit distracting. And that's what I like, painting Titans with silver trim because they're so much easier to do. Just fill in the plates and just touch up any bits afterwards. Lovely. Could you post a link to the pictures of your correct Solaria encounter to this video? What do I see guys and your Titan facing each other? Yeah. Do you follow me on Twitter at all? Or it's basically on Twitter, Forge of Mars, or the Forge of Mars. Also on Instagram as well. I think on Instagram is easier to find photographs because obviously you can just go through all my previous posts. I'll have to check for you, see if they're on there. If not, I will do a post and then I could link that into the actual comments as well. So let's just check that. It's a little bit around there. So this is obviously the first week I've had 2 cameras, as Scott said when he turned up earlier at Artist Empire. Last week the video was being a bit silly, not really working that well. There was a little bit of I think because there was a lot of stuff being downloaded on some of the computers, so that didn't help. But you know, obviously other people have to use the internet. I can't just hoard it myself. Right, so now, considering with the lobsters, we've got 5 lobsters, so maybe doing alternate colours for the lobster, and yeah, I'll go with the on that. Interesting. Yeah, so I'm going to have to go white on here as well. No, yeah, I'll go with the screamer. I'll do white, white, pink, pink, white, white. Yeah. So that's that, and I'll do these shoulder turrets in the pink as well. Seems weird saying pink when it's purple. Well, it's mauve. Oh, right. Yeah, so because that's the only sort of places I post up, or on I often Facebook, the Forge of Mars on Facebook as well. So yeah, because obviously I don't think I could. Yeah, no, it'd be. I'll have a look in for it, Sky Watcher, and see what I can do. And obviously, once I figure something out, I'll reply onto one of your comments, so you'll get notified, and then you'll be able to see them. Always happy to share, because at the end of the day, you know, seeing these sort of pictures of people's Titans, it's good. It's inspiring. I love just like going around, say like Twitter, and even like checking out the hashtags for like, you know, things. You get a lot, especially on Instagram. So much great work out there. So many different types of painters and hobbyists with their Titan work. It's great to see. Such a vibrant sort of array of painting techniques as well with their Titans, because people just you know, we all have our own sort of styles. Some styles other people can sort of replicate, other styles people can't, you know. So you just do what you can, and as long as you're comfortable when you're painting as well. But, that's the important thing, because it is a hobby. It's meant to be, you know, relaxing. So they say. Let's get these going. And so don't be scared. As I've said many a times to many people, don't be scared if you do make a little bit of a mistake, because you can just tidy it up afterwards. Always go back to it. You don't, you know, you don't have to sort of like freak out over, you know, paint, especially if you do it sort of like as rough as I do. So there's a bit more water in this, I think. And again, I'm not too worried about hitting metallic parts or the ribbon even, sort of thing, because I will be going over them anyway. So once you get these sort of bases in, come in, sorry, let's get this out of the way, because I can't see what I was doing. Yeah, no worries, Skywatcher. It's always a pleasure. Always try to help. It makes the hobby awesome. I'll slurp a drink. Lovely. Right. Second one. Yeah, with the I did actually see somebody on the AT18 Facebook group who done their Legio Domitium today, and I thought, wow, they're actually looking really cool. And he actually did use Xerxes, which I said when I first done one of these, I was really chuffed with it. And then I looked at the art, and it didn't, and because it didn't look right to my eye, because it's not a purple really, it is, let's say, a violet or a sort of a mauve form of purple, which was basically, with purples you've got blue based, and then you've got sort of red based. So mauve and violet is more red based, and like purple and lavender are blue based. So the artwork definitely looks more mauve to my eye, so that's why I go with that, or try to. These bloody colours and trying to do it. But yeah, I'll get there eventually, and everything will be glorious, he says. Yeah, never be scared to actually get your thumb involved. Well, with the heads, for one, in the Warmaster kit, having all three options as full options, and not, you know, like the Reaver, you get the Reaver Beta. Sorry, the second one they brought out. You've got the 3 different faceplates, but in the Warmaster you've got 3 entire heads. And I think that's awesome to have that ability, because I know some people are magnetizing them and basically swapping in and swapping out if they want to, which again is genius and very cool. But when I'm doing my sort of models, heads are the last thing I want to be swapping. Because I find it gives the Titan character by having, you know, a certain head, a certain look, and I will stick to doing that because that's how I like to work. So with this chap in particular, it's really weird because normally before I start putting paint onto a Titan, I've already come up with a name for it. But even with my last one, or last cup, well, the two, what were the two Warhounds I done last? Oh my god, I've forgotten what I did. Yep, I've totally forgotten what I did. Oh no, there were the two Warhounds I done last week, which were Volcanum. So those guys, I used, I named afterwards, but for the majority, the vast majority of my Titans, I named them before sometimes I even owned them, because I had like an idea of how I was planning out, but I haven't done that in the last few, so especially like this guy, he has no name at the moment, and you'll find as well, if you watch some of my other videos, so like with the first Warmaster one, which was the Legio Solaria Warmaster I did, I addressed it as female. So I give them their, as I'm building them, I feel what they're going to be, if you know what I mean. So as they're sort of assembled and they come together, I get a sense of who this Titan is, if you know what I mean. So yeah, this one is definitely a male one. So the last two Volcanum ones, they were both male as well, to my mind, because I say it's something you see in Titan Death as well, where the Legio Solaria pilots are referring to their Titans as he. In other books or stories, they've been, some of them be referred to as female, some as male, So, I just decide that as I'm building it, as I see it coming together, I get the feeling of what it is, what the Princeps would address it as, the war spirit of the very angry engine, the god machines of Mars. Still not sold on the Warmaster Titan heads. I'm thinking of assembling the heads you use backwards for the cables to be at the front and the skull face hidden. Yeah. Lots of people obviously come up with different head options and ideas with their Titans, so why not? It'll give it a bit more character to what it is and who it is. Yeah, naming Titans is another fun part of the hobby. What are the names of your Volcanum ones? I can tell you because I keep lists of all my Titan groups. So, alright, so starting with, I'll give you all the names of Titans. So, starting off with the big guys. So, there's 3 warlords with my Volcanum. So, you've got Manus Fatorum, you've got Dyadic Singularity, and Tenebrae Cordis are the 3 warlords. There are 3 Reavers. The first one's Oblivion's Hunter. Then there's Karnak and Cryptoria. Then Warhounds, you've got Hades' Son, Harbinger, Hierophant, and the last 2 was Hellstrength and the Hatemonger. So that's what I named those guys. I'm trying to think. Before that, I'd done a Legio Fortidus Warlord. Yeah, I did name it. Yeah, the name for the Warlord is Ferrum Voluntas, or Voluntas. And then it's covered with 4 Reavers, Pax Eumenides, Electo, Tisiphone, and Megara. And then the Warlords, Red Huntress, Mars Ascendant, Shadow of Demos, and Phobos Dawn. So yeah, they will have names with the Legio Domitian, which I'm now wanting to find out what I called them. Right, yeah. So with Domitian, the Warlord currently is called Centurion's End. There's 3 Reavers, which are Pertinacia, Enduring Virtue, and Equus Ex Gladi. Then Warhounds, you got Heart of Wrath, Child of Ruin, Rampager, and Iron Defiance, and a Warbringer class, which is known as Behemoth. So yeah, I try to keep them sort of themed as best I can when coming up with names. Some are easier to do than others, but I say it's half the fun of trying to figure out what to call them. And with the way, oh hello David, and Sif's here as well. Hello. Yes, it is a chunky boy, very chunky boy. Have you started any chunky boys yet, Sif? Yeah, Karnak. You can go with that spelling. I spelled it. I spelt it with KH, but the rest of it was pretty much the same, I think. He checks his notes. So, with a K at the end. So, no, actually, no H. It's Karnack. But I say the way you spell it looks pretty cool as well. So, all good. Access computer. Sadly, I won't be joining you all tonight. I am far too tired after hosting my daughter's birthday party. Well, happy birthday to your daughter, mate. Hope she had I'm sure she had a wonderful time. But I've enjoyed the last few Saturday nights. Have a good evening, guys and girls. Well, it's lovely. Thank you for dropping in, mate. Always appreciated. David has got, as I've said many a times, he's got a really cool scheme for his Legio. The brain, it's the Impalers, but they're called. Oh my god, it's gone. And I normally pronounce it so well. Right, got to cheat because I've got the Legio book here, and I know it's opened right to the page. Yeah, Legio Laniuscara. So these guys. So and there's that. So red, and it's the most people really hate the fact that it's got this like patterning on there, but David has figured out a method of doing it and looking awesome. Yeah, Laniuscara. Thank you, David. But yeah, no, there was I did do a test scheme for, because if you don't know, when I do certain Titan bases, I use spare parts of like Warhounds or Reavers to represent dead Titans, and I try out and experiment different schemes on the dead Reavers, so you get some practice, see how it goes. And yeah, one of them, the last ones I've done was the Laniuscara, which actually looked quite cool. But Dave has taken it next level, so yeah. Warlord Dominus Victoria, Reavers Honorum and Aquila Oculus, Warhounds Canis Praetor, Canis Bellum, Canis Victrix, and Lupus Regent. Yes, and they're your big ones as well, aren't they? Because that's all yours in 28mm. Yeah, they're definitely +1 for Sif. Yeah. David, I am off for a short break for a week, and I'll be back with the second Warhound and then the first Reaver. Ooh, that's going to be interesting to see, because I haven't seen a Laniuscara Reaver yet, and obviously with your technique as well, that's going to look sweet, very nice. So look forward to that, mate. Oh, you're taking them to sea with you to build. Excellent. Was it 3 months you're away, isn't it? Was it normally 3 months? Can't remember. But yeah, well, at least it give you something to do, mate. Keep you occupied. What? Though hopefully the seas will be calm for you when assembling, because that would be a nightmare. Your bits rolling about your hobby table. And just push it around, get into those gaps. To be honest, Dave, I would just keep it simple. I would keep the same patterns that you've done with that Warhound, because it does look fairly, uniform. All their patternings, obviously, apart from the Warlord, because of the curvature of the plate it's on. I would keep it pretty straightforward and simple. Obviously, straight lines and the little arrows. Hello, Gene Stealer 11. Welcome. Thank you for popping in and saying hi. My Legio Pharos Lumineers Titans are named after Alpha Legion members: Warlord, Exodus, Nemesis, Casa, Reavers, Armorless, and Focron. Score, and the big guy Warmaster will be called Gukul. I have to say, I recently listened to Alfarius's Primarch book. Oh my god. That was really cool. And yeah, and obviously you can't believe a word is said in there. But Mike Brooks had really brought Alfarius, just brought him out of the dark. And as I say, you can't trust a word it's said in it. But if half of what was said in that was true, that would be so bloody awesome. But it would actually explain quite a lot as well, especially with the Alpha Legion. You've not named your 18 Mortis engines. Oh yeah, you're doing Mortis, aren't you? Yeah. Oh, excellent. Well done. Nice. So I hope you find it. Well, again, it's one of those schemes, the Legio Solarius scheme. It looks more complicated than it actually is, and if by watching that little video that I put up, I hope that showed you just how easy it was. And I know one of my friends, Greg Smith, who he'd painted some Titans beforehand. He just wasn't quite happy with how they were looking. And then he watched the video, saw how easy it was to do, and next minute he was just building and painting Titans like it was going out of fashion. And it is easy, and yet it's quite effective once it's done. And once you've done your little few details and stuff, it will look even better. So yeah, well, I'm looking forward. Again, if you follow me on Twitter or Instagram, and you do post up your work, Gene Stealer 11, feel free to tag me in there, because I always like to see other hobbyists' work and to see how you've gone around, and obviously how much you've enjoyed painting them. Because I found Solaria quite relaxing. It sounds weird because of obviously the stipling or sponging, depends. Are you doing stipling or sponging with yours, Gene Stealer? Skywalker. See, I've done it again. Skywatcher Adept. Head of the Hydra, in my opinion, the best Alpha Legion book ever. Best of all 14 Primarch series books too. Might be the Warhammer book of the year. That is big. That is very big. Although I've started reading Mortis. Because obviously the audio book, they've had problems with producing the audio book, and I have to say, from what I've read so far, Mortis is really good. Especially speaking because Legio Ignatum is my my main Legio of sorts, because that's my original Legio. It was my first Legio in big and in the small, and being able to see behind the scenes of the Legio as well was really, really cool. And John French has done a great little job with it. As I say, I've only got a few, probably around about half a dozen chapters in so far, because I normally have them on audiobooks, because where I work is like an hour's drive, so audiobooks are perfect to listen to them as I'm driving to and from. And with that, it's it's great to just sit there and drive along and listening to a good story being told. But as I said, because I haven't read a book in well, the last books I actually physically read was Titan Death and Spear of the Emperor. Which was released about 3 years ago. It was 2018 they were released, because I got them from the Black Library Weekender. So yeah, it's the last time I've read. So and because I've got it on ebook, it's even more difficult, because when I read books, I like to hold the book, if you know what I mean, so I can flick through the pages. But yeah, I've been making slow progress, unfortunately, with my reading. But what I have read is brilliant so far, so I'm chuffed to bits with that. Right, now leggies. Now, let's put him out of the way. You go over there. I'm going to concentrate on just doing this white for now. So as I said, I'm sort of going. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Right, yeah. So I'm going to go with white on the front parts for these. Oh, you are stippling. Borrowed the white brushes for it. Well, I hope you return them in good condition. Yeah. Or are they stipling brushes? Which is, if they're stipling brushes, that's fine. But if you're just going to take it out on her brushes, then you may have to give her a treat and as a thank you. But once you've done it, as I said, you will be quite happy, and as I say, it does give you a really strange sense of satisfaction, which and pride once you see it. As I say, I think I mentioned it on the video, but once I've done obviously the Caliban green, then I've done the Pallid Witch Flesh stipple first, and then washed it with BL tan green shade. Once that's dry, and then I've done a re-stipple of Pallid Witch Flesh to sort of strengthen the centre and then a little bit out, not because you want it more greener on the edges, obviously, as I say in the video. But then with the sort of lead belcher that I do for the trim, I go over the lead belcher with Agrax, but I'll let that sort of go into the little grooves between the trim and and the plate, so it gives that sort of look that there's like a build up of dirt and grime, you know, the dust from battle in there. It also helps break it a little bit. There's definitely brushes, they may get lost in my box. Where's my stapling brushes? I have no idea, my love. Poor librarian Golku. He sacrificed his life to save Primarch Alpharius. Naming a Warmaster after him will be fitting commemoration to this legionary, I think. That's fair. I heard criticism of Mortis that there's not enough Legio Mortis in John French's Mortis book. I haven't read it yet. Probably gonna love it anyway, as it's the Siege of Terror books are awesome. Yeah, as I said, to be fair, over the course of the entire Horus Heresy, it has been Mortis. Out of all the Legios mentioned, Mortis has had more airtime over everything. And obviously they got the cover art as well, which obviously the Dies Irae. But obviously it's symbolising the fact that Mortis is making their attack at last in the Siege of Terror. But it's obviously, from what I've read, coming more from the sort of loyalist side so far, from what I've read, amongst other things. But yeah, it's so you've got to get other Legios in there at some point. You know, even in like Mechanicum when it's Tempestus, there's Mortis as well. Mortis doing what Mortis do. Although admittedly they don't show up that until the latter parts of Titan Death, but then that was all part of the background anyway, that they were being held in reserve because obviously they wanted to have their strength, their numbers, for when the Siege of Terror happened. So yeah, they had that little part. But yeah, as I say, it's you got to let some of the other Legios a little run around. There's not many, so reading wise. So Fire Masters and Praesagius in Honour of the Dead. You get a little bit of Crucius in Vengeful Spirit and Agravades gets mentioned in there, and I think it's Fortidus in there. Yeah, I'm sure it's I'm not 100%. I haven't read that in a long time, so it might be wrong. Hello, John. Whoop whoop. Yeah, the trim. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's after a while, you'll either. Well, I found that I just do it. You know, it's got to be done, and you just sort of shut off, and it's sort of therapeutic in some respects, where you're on there just painting. Legio Audax, yeah, obviously Legio Audax with their Imperator Titan killing from Betrayer. Have not really featured much more since then, really. But then that's the thing, because they're focusing more on the characters from the Legios and everything. It's hard sometimes to get everything that you want in every sort of book. But I say, out of all the Titan Legios ever mentioned, Mortis has had the most airtime for sure. Obviously, there was in the pivotal role in the first 3 books with Dies Irae, and obviously in Mechanicum with their little visit to Magma City. the big bad. And as I say, the Siege of Terror is where Ignatum comes into it. And there's a reason why Ignatum are... Don't you fall over. Are of such a standing that they have. Right. Oh, man. Hey, Tabletop Standard. Hi, Chris. Lovely to see you, mate. I was actually going to speak about you, Chris, because I saw your on Instagram your video for magnetizing Warmasters, and I thought, damn that man! It just made it look easy. The way you magnetized the shoulder mount weapons. I still haven't done any of that with my other two Warmasters as of yet. Although I'm with, I think my Solaria one, I'm probably just going to keep it with melter cannons. It's funny with these guys because they've done such great work with the magnetizing of the bigger Titans, that with all these options for those weapons in the shoulders, I would have thought that would have been a pretty cool thing to actually have mag points in there. But again, yeah, no, I was actually just looking at, because you as a hobbyist you do acquire quite a lot of magnets, but I always use the same, obviously, like 5-1, 3-2, and now 6. Are they 6-2 for the big boys. So yeah, I say it's. I don't know if I want. I don't know. I just don't know, Chris. I just don't know. You just made it. But you do make it look easy, so it could be something. Because after this one, there is another Warmaster that I acquired. So I've only got the 4. So as you may already know, all the Titans I've got recently are belated Christmas presents and birthday presents. Well, obviously my birthday was last week, so was it last week or the week before? No, like week before last. So I've no, it was last week, 13th. Yeah. So yeah, it's getting them built and painted as I can, but I'd say the 4th one is going to be for Legio Krytos. Once I get around to doing it, I wanted to do Demisium first, because I just saw I think it was a guy called Tom Payne, who normally just joins us on a Saturday, and I saw he used the same head that I'm using with old Chain Scully dude. And I thought, that would look good in Demisium colours. So that sort of resolved it for me to do it that way. You're just uploading a vid, Fortune. Oh, well, it's much appreciated, mate. Thank you. And as I say, anyone who's watching, and I know obviously like Sif and John in particular, on Tabletop Standards YouTube, he done a series of tutorials how to play the game. Now I know we've all played the game, but watching through them was like a really great refresher course, and I really enjoyed watching them all. So I do highly recommend you check them out, just to get yourself back into the mould of thinking like an AT Princeps, because obviously you've got the walk coming up in August. So yes, do that. It's well worth it. And it covers everything perfectly. And that goes to everyone else. Everyone else who's watching, listening, check out Tabletop Standard, and give him a like and subscribe, because he does a great work for the community at large, for us Titan heads. And he's a really nice guy. Don't tell him I said that, no. He's got a rep to uphold. You told us to list all your loyalist traitor Black Shield Legios, but what about your knights? I've got 6 lancers, 2 Porphyrians, but you probably have all the knights at this point. The only knights I don't have are Styrics, because I'm not a fan of the Styrics. I know lots of people love the Styrics because of the Volkite and basically shenanigans of shield stripping. But even on like, I've got a 28mm Styrics, but I don't like the head, and it put me off, and so I didn't bother. And so yeah, Megaeras, I love Megaeras more than I love Styrics. So that's the only ones I do not actually own, are those ones. Whether or not I'll get some, I don't know at this point. I've got enough knights at present, and if I did get more of them, I would have to get like another, well, a banner's worth at least, which is 4 for Mechanicum Knights. Just so you've got a full banner, but then it's finding a house to put them in. Do I just get another banner as a random and then just put them somewhere in and swap them in, swap them out? Because most of my Mechanicum Knights are all in my House Veroni force, which have got about, I think there's about 30 knights in total now with Veroni. So yeah, it's I might get them. I don't know. I honestly don't know. There's still other knights that should be done, really. Like we have got, the Dominus knights, like the Valiant and the Castellan. Will we get them? I don't know. You would have thought. And also the Atreus, the Porphyrian Mechanicum version with the conversion beamers. Yeah, pew pew. Sorry. So that's still to show up. You know, we've got the rules for it because they came out with the Porphyrian, but we haven't got a model for it. So again, that should be somewhere in the. It's probably made sitting somewhere, crying, waiting to be released upon the world whenever it can. I would have made a vid if I knew what I was doing. Well, it doesn't stop you now, does it, mate? You know, you've got the technique. You know what you're doing now. Go for it. Get it out there for us lesser mortals, so we know how to do it. Yeah, they say that's why I do these like little videos and stuff, just because it helps out other hobbyists, and there's nothing better than, you know, helping people. You know, because painting and hobbying is one thing, but sometimes you might do something and think, oh, that's really easy, and somebody else might have issues or struggle with replicating something that you've done. And, you know, a 5-minute video how to do how I do it doesn't hurt at all, and they can take that, they can use that, and you know, put that in their toolbox for other projects they may do. Question on transporting AT Titans. What do I use? Me personally, I use really useful boxes. My first few Legios have a metal plate at the bottom, and I did stick magnets on the bottom of the bases, so they quite nicely. But since the last year, I've not really been transporting or anything. I've just been storing each Legio in its own box. So I use the 18 litre really useful box because it's a nice size, and you'll get quite a few Titans in it, even if they're just freestanding, without magnets, because obviously getting hold of metal plate, although I could just get some of that magnet sheet, can't you, like Hobbycraft do. Didn't think of that, damn it, because the metal sheet I got wouldn't doesn't fit into the box, so I had to get an angle grinder, and that's fun. Set myself on fire. Yeah, it is nice seeing tabletop standard coming in. It's all great. That's my Warmaster who's going. You're doing Domitium. Excellent, mate. Awesome. I was showing, because obviously where you just turned up. Now, my other Domitium models that I've painted, I tried using Xerxes before, and it came out looking like, was it Zesta Bauer X? I apologise again. I don't know how to pronounce that particular name. So I painted one up, and I looked at the photograph in the book, and I thought, that looks nothing like it. Yes, it's more of a mauvey sort of purple, a violet mauvey sort of thing. Now, where I've been looking around, because it's been annoying me to find a colour nearer to the actual paint scheme. Actually, if I get the book, so you can actually see it, Chris, as soon as you've arrived. Well, obviously you know what he looks like, but so hold on. So that colour scheme, that is not a purple. It's more of a, as I said, like a mauve sort of colour, or a violet. Now, these are some colours that I've found. Now, which one? So we've got that, which I've just mixed in with white because it's quite dark. So there's the darkness of the violet. That's an acrylic. This is an oil paint, but the colour, to my eye, trying to see if you can see it properly, is not that bad, to be honest, in my opinion. Yeah, it's sort of a plummish sort of thing. Yeah, it's even, well, no, I wouldn't say, no, it's not aubergine because that's quite dark, but yeah, it's more of a, yeah, you're right, it's more of a plummy sort of colour. But that colour there, which is called, is a Windsor, Windsor and Newton colour. It's called Cobalt Violet Hue. And to my eye, that is that, as near as damn it. Because, as I was saying to some of the guys earlier on, I'm not one for mixing. I'm really, really not keen on mixing paints, because I know that I can't often replicate it as well as I... Hello, Mousebait. Sorry, I just saw your name and oh, and choking myself and burping. Sorry, I do apologise. I'm just gonna, yeah, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, what I've actually been using Mousebait was actually Screamer Pink. Now, stick with me. Don't run away. I found it looked nearer to the things because none of the GW paints anything. That's why I've been looking further afield with the paints. So, you know, I was looking at like Vallejo and stuff like that, but obviously getting hold of some of those paints is quite quite difficult. I'm going to keep on trying to track down that cobalt cobalt violet hue, if there's an acrylic version somewhere out there. It might even pay to sort of, I'll go down to Hobbycraft, there's one near to where I work, and try and find anything that's near to it, because that would be, comparing it to the artwork, that would be perfect. I did I did try using some of the oil paint over acrylic, and it, yeah, obviously I'd varnished it before, but yeah. So yeah, I want to get that in acrylic, and that would be all my problems solved in one foul swoop. That's yes. So, are you hobbying tonight, Mousebait? Or are you still doing your floor? How'd that turn out? Because I haven't seen much on your updates recently, so... Yeah, I would say when I was looking through, I even considered just using Drushy Violet, but then that I would have to do multiple layers on that, and I still don't think it would actually come as good as I would hope. Now I'm looking towards my Drushy Violet, and maybe as I'm painting, maybe just test on one of the spare plates, see how that comes out. Because there's nothing like doing an entire Lijo repaint after all, is there? Yes. So just it makes a change for painting something. Well, I've been mostly painting warhounds recently. Yeah, I saw some of those Rowney, Dalla and Rowney paints. Unfortunately, when I was looking, seeing it on a screen doesn't really translate that well to how it is in real life, is it? So, again, if I go into like one of those hobbycraft stores and have a proper sort of look round there at some point, I might get lucky. Hopefully, get lucky, because as I say, it's just one of those little things that I do like to replicate the artwork, because obviously that's the whole point of having the artwork, so you can actually go, oh well, that's what it looks like, and then I want my stuff to look like it. Yeah, so it's one of the little things that I do enjoy as well, because seeing how close you can get it to the actual scheme. Right, okay, I'm going to go with it. Sorry, where's my Drushy? Drushy, where are you? It's probably at this point where I realise I didn't bring Drushy Violet in with me. Which would be typical. No. What's in here? I've got my contrast paints. Stylus purple. Magos purple. Magos purple. That's similar to Drushy, surely. So, no. I normally have them all with me. Or shades anyway. I do love it. So you are hobbying instead. Excellent. Because hobby is awesome. Trying to find a sound bite there. Yeah, hobby is life, man. Hobby is everything. Right. Let's move that so you can see. Right. So spare plate going in with the Magos purple contrast. So I think so. It's got a plummy look to it. So I'm probably going to have to do a couple of coats of this, because obviously with contrast on large flat plates, not the greatest. But with multiple layers, it don't look too shabby, generally, he says. So this is experiment time. Because again, this is similar to what I used to do with my Emperor's Children for Heresy, was multiple coats of Drushi. Oh, sorry. So we'll let that dry there, because it would be interesting to see. So you're acquiring Tamiya colours because I like their acrylic hybrid lacquers better than airbrushing, but the colour swatches on screen are impossible to see the true colour. Yeah, I know. And that's the thing, you know, the internet is a wonderful thing, but seeing paint colours and everything, yeah, it looks absolutely different. And that's the thing, obviously, where you're, you know, in lockdown, having to order stuff in, and it is trial by trial and error. You get something turned up, you go, well, that was an interesting waste of money. It looks nothing like I hoped. Yeah, well, the hobby keeps me sane. Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. Like all these Titans that I've acquired have really helped me keep myself grounded in some respects, and you know, give me a distraction from all the madness in the world. So yeah, it's, you know, hobby is such a great thing to have, and that's probably why there was such an upsurge during lockdown, where people were going, you know what, I fancy building some space marines or some fish elves, because yeah, why not? I love fish elves. I got myself a couple of years ago when they first came out. I just thought it was so bonkers having elves walking with fish. it just tickled me so much. I thought, oh, I'm gonna get them and paint them. Hobby is life. Life without passion is merely existence. Couldn't have said it better myself, mate. That is awesome. Yes. Yeah, I totally agree. And you say that's the whole thing. When you're passionate for, you know, something, you really give yourself 110% into each time you do it. And if it brings you joy as well, double bubble. Need to clear my desk so I can actually try out my new airbrush. Do you use like one of those vent boxy type things, to obviously fumigator, whatever it's called, or do you just like mask up and into a box? I just do it into a box. There you go, done. Because that's the way I roll. Yes, I don't have all this ventilation. What's that? I breathe paint. I'm 95% Agrax. I'm not. It's mostly alcohol. Got an infinity, so that'd be awesome. Oh yes, yeah. Having a good airbrush makes such a big difference to your painting. So I generally just use airbrushes for when I'm doing stencil work on these guys, big guys, or even just sort of like base coating on mass. Got to go. Thanks for all the hobby passion, Forge of Mars. See you, everyone. Lovely to have you. Thanks for joining me again at Skywatcher Adept, and hope to see you again soon. And I hope to see your Titans once you start getting everything sorted out for your group, your Titan maniples with their Alpha Legion names. Yeah, take care, man. Yeah, but at least it'll be useful for later. New paint is new paint. Yes, that's the thing. You do there's been paints that I've had for donkey's years, and suddenly you just go, yeah, I'll give that a go, and it just works out. And you go, this is excellent. Actually, Screamer Pink was one of them that I acquired. I don't know why. I just acquired it. I think I had some Pink Horrors. I don't know, but I got hold of it, and it was sitting there, and it wasn't until I was painting up it's Night House Divine, because that and that and that. So Corax white, Xerxes purple, and Screamer pink, colours that you need, with Liberator gold. So yeah, I thought, excellent. And then I used, it was actually an old paint. It was Fire Dragon Crimson, but Screamer pink is basically Fire Dragon Crimson. So yeah, because when I done Demisium, as I said, I used it was Fire Dragon Crimson, which was like a 20-odd-year-old paint that's no longer produced. But Screamer Pink is basically the same thing. So, who the funk? Oh Lord, you just remind me I have to fish elves in the box who are still sitting there. Get them out. You got to paint those fishes. Yeah, no, Tammy, like with the, like my Krytos, I used to spray the XF25 light sea grey for my Legio Krytos, because it was like a greenish grey, and it sort of worked to how I visualised it. Obviously, Christopher Drew, who is the guy that does the designs of these Titans for specialist games. He done Legio Krytos. So in those first sort of early days of seeing all these different Titan Legios in like White Dwarf and on the sort of Warhammer TV, it was Christopher Drew's Legio Krytos. But again, because he does a lot of mixing, you know, like a one part this, one part that, one part this, and me and mixing not great. And I know that if I mixed up one, the next time I mix it, it would be slightly different and it wouldn't be uniform. I'm not that great, so that's why I opted for taking a White Dwarf around, and it was actually Hobbycraft over here. It's like a big hobby store chain, and looking through the Tamiya, and found that Light Sea Grey was similar to what he looked like in the magazine. And so I just use that. So it just makes it easy, and it obviously, you know, thin it down, stick it through the airbrush. Although, like, you can even get the same effect just by painting it on with a brush, but that stuff is so, you know, it's like sticky plastic at times, and like you got to let it dry before going over again. Yeah, I got Screamer Pink for a contest to paint pink. Used to hate pink, and then I found it was perfect highlight for my purples. Screamer Pink was Old Warlock purple, was it? Wow, so that's why I kept on getting that sort of like purpley sort of mauvey vibe from it. But yeah, as I say, it's not anything like anything like that. So now I'm worried about whether or not to go over this, or do I just go with the new. Right, that's dry. I'm going to give it another coat. If this bloody works, I'm going to be so annoyed. Not frustrating, but it's a learning experience, he says, gritting his teeth. You can hear the concentration with my breathing. So, yeah. Yeah, you probably have to do a couple of coats, I reckon, with this. Hey, Crimson! Oh, You're right then, mate. I do enjoy it when King Crimson joins the chat. He's just like, nay! So it's like his introduction. All right, yeah. Lovely to see you too, Chris. Go feed that baby and get your head down for work tomorrow. Great life. Thank you very much, mate. I appreciate it, and keep on doing all the good work that you're doing as well. As I said earlier, people, feel free, go find Tabletop Standard, give him a like and subscribe, because he does some awesome Titanicus content, amongst other things. And also definitely check out his how to play the game, which is in 9 parts, but very, very interesting, even for veteran gamers, because I found it really interesting to actually watch and go, oh, that's what we do. Okay. But yeah, thanks for coming in, mate. That's much appreciated, and I hope to catch up with you soon. What you're working on today, Brotato? Brotato. We have the Heavy Assault Big Boy, as the Eye of Horus boys call it on their podcast, which I found was... It sounds better when said in a Australian accent, which I won't try, just in case there's any Australians listening. They might try to kill me, but you never know. Excellent. I have not played a game yet, so definitely totally worth it. So they're a couple of minutes long each, and he goes through each sort of major sort of section. So yeah, just watch them through, and just it gives you a good sort of basis to work from. So when you know what you're doing when you're playing, and to say, I'm more of the type of a person that I learn more by being shown, and sort of, you know, not spoken to, like, this sounds weird, like spoken, no, you do this, but he does it in such a great way of how he sort of explains each section. So it's easy to sort of pick up, and as I said, it was like a really good like refresher course for me, because it's been like a while between games. That's not actually looking too bad. Sorry. Right, yeah, we could be going Magos purple, because that looks more plummy, which you want really. So maybe another, say a third coat once this one's dried and out of the way, and give that a go. Yeah, it's all debating on this now. Oh, this is exciting. All right, let's do some more white though, whilst we wait on that. Because what was I doing feet wise? Yes. So we're going to, they're white, they're going to be purple. Right, yeah. So I'll do the on sprueness. So these are like the little ankly bits. So I'll go with cat hair. I'll go with white on these. The leg greaves. Now, in the leg greaves on the Warmaster, there's 3 parts. So front part I've already done in the Corax white. So these will go in a purple of some description. Once we've decided. Obviously, I'll ask you guys in there what you think if we're going to go with this, because it is kind of growing on me, and obviously once I get some of that off. So yeah, we might change of pace and go with that colour, because it is growing on me. Because as I said, it's similar to my scheme I done with the Emperor's Children. So yeah, I do love Emperor's Children. Well, I love my Emperor's Children. They're cool. Oh, excellent. I've not played the Adeptus Titanicus. Interesting. I tend to need to actually do it, so I tend to have to play myself, and the twos are always and how tos are always welcome. Yeah, as I say, there was a few sort of like little demonstration bits in there as well. So, but yeah, as I say, even if you got your Titans out and just like, I'll just do this and try that and roll some dice, and it's doing it that way does make a huge difference. So like demo games are quite handy to participate in anyway, because with that it's you're going through the motions, especially with somebody who knows what they're talking about. It's when you haven't got a clue, that's the problem. So this, which is the Magos purple contrast. I'm thinking maybe one more coat on that, and I might just looking at book for reference. So I think another coat, see how that goes, because it needs to be a little bit deeper. But I'm actually quite happy with that, to be fair. But as you say, we'll do the trim as well, because that's actually quite a good little idea. So we'll continue to let that dry a bit more. I'll do some white first, and then we'll get back onto Operation Purple, because it would be typical that will have to do. Then I have to just repaint all my other ones, which, to be fair, it's just going to be a case of going over the purple with lead belcher and then just doing some coats of this. So it's not actually going to be that tricky to do, really. I'm just going to kill this. Bingo. Right, where's my what do I go? It's correct. So again, I'd just like to thank everyone for tuning in and joining me this fine Saturday evening. I hope it's fine where you are. There's been sporadic showers and quite a lot of wind recently, and it wasn't me, thank you very much, before you ask. So it has been it was very rainy. It was weird. It'd been raining, and it was turning nice when I left work this evening, and the sun was peeking through the clouds. It was beautiful, beautiful blue, the white fluffy clouds, and then on the left was like a scene from hell coming to get me. And by the time I got round onto the M25, which is like the main orbital motorway that goes around London, to find my route back to my domain on the other side of Essex, it was hammering it down. It's like, oh my god, I swear I see fish as I was driving. But it calmed down a bit by the time I got in. There was some pleasant sort of sunset shenanigans going on, but then I heard rain earlier on, so that was great. Something about demo games helps to install the rules. I found, exactly. I find it much easier to comprehend what I'm doing when participating in a sort of a demonstration game. Yeah, so obviously you're all in the same boat as well, not generally. Kind of wish I hadn't picked gold as a trim for my yellow checkered scheme. Oh yes. Just trying. Maybe. What about if you put like a shade? Like obviously with gold, it's purple as its sort of opposite color, and that might give you that little. Still keep it gold, but give it a little bit of difference to your yellow with your scheme. Something to experiment with. We've all got experimentation to do today. Oh, it's going to be 33 degrees next week. Not happy. Yeah, me and hot climates, and we're not good friends. Obviously, for the most part, England, we were famed for having sort of cold winters and wet summers. But it has obviously changed in recent years. It's more, random weather systems that we're getting now. I didn't want to think there was some sort of global crisis going on with the temperature, and but yeah, it's not helpful, because we do generally like a little bit of status quo with our weather. We like to know what's happening. Not to be like waking up going, oh my god, everything's on fire. So the hottest, apart from the last actual Titan Owners Club Titan Walk back in 2019, which was on the Saturday, was the hottest day in recorded history in England. And I tell you what, that day I couldn't have been in a better place, because the room we were playing big Adeptus Titanicus with our 28mm Titans had the best aircon system I have ever been privileged to enjoy. It wasn't until like we went out at night and we thought, bloody, it was a bit warm, isn't it? But so we even I wrote sort of the background fluff for the actual battle, like what happened after, and we named the actual city Aircon City, but spelled Ayrcon. Part of the Chiton Nova campaign, which Chiton Nova was basically, Chiton was taken from Milton Keynes, so obviously last part of Milton and first part of Keynes, so the Chiton Nova, and Nova was the hotel we were staying in, was Novotel, so yeah, imagine that climate change. Who'd have thunk? The planet warms at the Emperor's will. Stop your heresy. Yeah, John was one of the brave souls with us that day, and Sif as well, who loyalists. I noticed there's a severe lack of traitor players that turn up from the Titans Owners Club hierarchy that come to these things. I think because obviously me being a loyalist as well, obviously they just can't stand me, especially because we won. We won in style. We killed everything. No, it was such a great time though, and seeing all those Titans out on display. I think we had about 50? Was it 50 Titans we had there? It was somewhere between 50 to 60 Titans, with all the players that turned up. So that was quite a sight, seeing them all lined up beforehand, because we was all taking photographs and videos and stuff, and then having them arranged in battle, and then going at it, dice being flung, reactors, I have to say, reactors overheating and meltdowns occurring. Love you, Matt. But yeah, it was such a great thing to be part of, and say, who doesn't like playing with Titans? Because they're bloody awesome. 65. Yeah, no, there was a lot. Excuse me a sec. I'm just going to need some drinkage. You could probably find on yeah, it was Titans Owners Club, Titan Walk 2019. If you Google that, you'll find pictures. I think I did post some pictures on Instagram, I believe. I don't know. I could have. Lived in Georgia almost 25 years. Grew up in Oregon. Still expect rain and to be cold. Even now, not hot. So you automatically like default. Oh, this is going to be cold. Oh my god! I could have a sauna here. So apart from that day in Milton Keynes, the other time I was the hottest was when I travelled to Australia, and we made the great decision to go out in February, which is their winter. Well, it's our winter. It's their summer. So I was in the Cairns airport in the air-conditioned area, and I phoned up like the hostels, because all the hostels out there will come and collect you from the airport to take you back to the hostel so you can have a room, and so obviously business for them. And phoning up this hostel, and yeah, we'll send somebody out to come get you, and they'll be in this like little, what they call ute, like utility vehicle, which is basically like a people carrier. And so we thought, okay, it's 6 a.m. in the morning, the sun's coming up. let's go outside. And as soon as you come out of the air conditioning, it was like a wall of sauna heat, because it was up in Cairns, it's like the rainforest region, so it's just like hot and moist. And you go, oh, it was a bit much, isn't it? It's just like, yeah, that was hot, and wet. But yeah, Milton Keynes was hot because of thermonuclear detonations from reactors going supercritical when people failed their repair roles. Yeah, such a fun day. Someday I will have a big Titan and it will not be loyal. Shock horror. Oh, how could you not be loyal? Loyal Titans are the best Titans. They're the bestest Titans. They're like the bestest doggo you've ever met. That's what a good loyalist Titan's like. The bestest doggo. Bring your slippers. We'll do what you ask. Like not, fart and rip up your furniture. Something 65, yeah, 50. Living in Boston, we are hitting crazy times of -28 in the winter to 45 in the summer. That is extreme. I think like the coldest, which we had a few cold spells in recent memory, sort of thing. Like it was like but it was mostly like wind chill factor to bring it down to like -10, -11. The south of England, that's cold. Obviously, it gets colder in other parts of England, but for down south, that was cold. Yeah, the humidity. Get a day of 90ish Fahrenheit with 100% humidity. That feels like hell. That's wet hell. Yeah, so it was literally just walking out of the hotel or like the hostels, and then like you are dripping within minutes. You're going, why am I so wet? Oh yeah, the heat's on. Yeah, so if it's not the heat that's going to kill you, it's all the dangerous indigenous animals. They have a tendency to kill you. Those little marsupials, even marsupials are dangerous, or giant chickens. Yeah, so I hear it's so humid here. We're like, oh my god, it's under 40% humidity. Time to celebrate, which is rare. Yes. Yeah, we don't over here. We don't get that many sort of humid days as such. Um, but as I said, recent years it's been hot as hell. Yeah, I remember I was in work and just when it's nice, everyone's buggering off out and doing their stuff. But as I was standing, just minding my own business, just keeping cool. Suddenly, there was like a sound. I apologise, and a small pressure explosion from where the concrete from outside my store. So it's like a factory unit we're in, and we have these big roller shutters that we lift up for people to come in and all that sort of stuff. But all the sort of concrete outside is when they do these concrete, they're like big slabs basically. They do them at sections, and it was expanding so much because of the heat outside, whereas inside it was slightly cooler. It's tectonic plates basically, and the concrete is basically moved in to the store and basically exploded with chips of like concrete and screed flying up. And it was like, oh my god, did I just see that? And yeah, it was basically just tectonic plates hitting each other because one was moving more than the other. So yeah, crazy, especially when you see it happening in front of you. So what do we think? That's the third layer. I'm tempted with a fourth. But yeah. No, that does look alright. For the most part. Obviously, once I've done some shading and stuff on there as well, and doing the trim. Or should I do the trim and just see how that looks? That might actually help out a little bit. Yeah. We win all walks, but everyone who attends is the real winner. 67 Titans. There you go, 67. It's a nice round number. That's the thing. There needs to be more traitor Titans out there, because out of the traitor side, there was, well, technically there was one loyalist and our friend Martin with his Legio Tempestus, because his ones are a loyalist Tempestus, and there's another guy called Tony who has Metallica, but he goes traitor. I think it's because his friend is a traitor play with Mortis, so he wanted to be on his side. So, which my friend Phil was like, but you're Metallica. What are you doing on that side? You should be on this side with Metallica. And no, I'm going to be on this side. So, I'm not sure if I've got Shyless purple. Got Eidolon Clear Air purple. That's different. That's Flesh Terror. So it looks like I might have to get some more. Well, I know I've got to get some more paints. So yeah, it looks like I'm going to have to get some Shyless added to my shopping list. Oh no, this is not fair. This is not fair. Oh, damn you, Eidolon. Alright, hold on. Okay. Right, we'll do this. because I've just opened up Eidolon and that might actually work. Damn it. Right, where are we? Oh, here we go. As I said, this is not a contrast. This is a clear air. So probably not the best thing to be putting through on a brush, but so I just caught hold of the actual camera. Right, that's going to need a double coat. Yeah. Oh, damn it. We'll give that a second coat and hopefully I can get that a little bit. So that's the thing. If you hadn't mentioned that stylish purple, mouse bait. Oh, poop. Yeah, that's to my eye here. Where's the bloody? I'll pull it down somewhere. Oh, there it is. I don't know now. Oh dear, this is basically when I'm experimenting. I'm not in my experimenting sort of headspace. So normally I'd like to wear a white coat, you know, maybe goggles, for safety reasons. But yeah. Though, right, we're going fourth coat. Fourth coat time, people. Brace yourself. We're going back in. So far, I like the original though, just from what I can see anyway. So with the Magos purple, you mean mouse bait, or the ones on the these ones. As I said, that's, you know, the frustration is because that is to my eye the perfect colour for the things, but it's an oil paint, so it doesn't really go on that well over acrylics. So that's why I'm now experimenting with all these different techniques, or different paints at least. I think that might be that. Give that Eidolon another go as well. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's that sort of like plummy, sort of pinky, purpley, movie, violet, cobalt, violet hue. And the other one is so more purple. Yeah, you're right, sort of thing. It's definitely yeah, this second coat is taking it away. And he says right, what I'm going to do, I'm only going to paint half of it with this. I'm going to paint the other half with the Magos. See if that actually gives us a little bit more difference. So, washy brushy. I'll give that a go. John, I was just about to ask you if you was actually hobbying tonight. Was obviously where I disappeared the other night from. John, he's part of a little hobby group that I hang with on a Thursday night, doing hobby. Well, they're mostly hobby. I'm just talking at them. But I had a sort of an interview. Somebody wanted to talk to me about Titans for the Imperial Truth podcast. So I had to sort of nip off and talk to them, which was fun. It was about hour and a half or so. Well, actually, probably a bit longer than almost 2 hours of talking. Yeah, no worries, Mousebait. Thanks for joining in and for helping out with the painting. I'm definitely feeling the multiple layers of that at the moment. So I think that's probably the way I'm going to go. So thank you. And I'll do some silver. And hopefully I'll post stuff up on Twitter anyway. You'll see it on there anyway. Or Instagram. But go feed those tiny 20-year-olds. Take care. See ya. Right. Screws on wire. That's the second one. Right. Oh, that was surprising. Right, no, Eidolon. I'm not. Oh, you can't see it really. Sorry. No. I'm probably going to go with that. That's on it. Only for once. Who wants to live forever? As Brian would say. And reposition. So yeah, it's been mostly experimentation this evening with all these painty stuff. And get that. Take that. Oh, will you stay open? Thank you. Paint's not behaving how they should. Yeah, you get a coffee in you, buddy. Well, this must be character around about what's that? It's 5 hours. You're about 5:30 almost over your side of the pond. Perfect time for a coffee, I feel. So this is Iron Breaker I'm putting on here at the moment. Nice, and I wasn't too careful when I was putting the paints on. Normally I'm a lot more careful when adding, but yes, I didn't think it was that. You say 5 hours behind us, aren't you, over in Boston? Looks like mouse bait was right with the getting the once the trim was getting there to tie it together. Oh, sorry. Keep up, as I say, used to having a second camera about. I'm thinking, oh yeah, that's fine. I'll just get that into view, but obviously not. So. Get that a little bit watered down. It's flow easier. So I would probably go, or I will go over the silver with Agrax, because then that tones it down a little bit, but it's more to get the Agrax into the gap between the plate and the trim. It definitely gives it a lot more sort of depth to it, but that's not looking too bad. Just get those little bits there. So it's definitely looking like I'm going to have to be repainting some Titans at some stage. But yeah, I do like how that looks. Yeah, it is looking good. All right, okay, so that's that part. So I just got to now replicate that onto the actual armour. So no time like the present, really. And get that out. Put the wrong brush down. There you go. So we've got the contrast Magos purple. Just realise I've got to get my charger cable out. That's it. Ooh, wrong end of the brush. started. Yeah, so as I was saying earlier on, with the pose I went with on this fellow, doesn't allow me to put all the actual armour plates into position. So I had to think of, well, what the hell am I going to do? So I actually put them onto the base of this one, as if it's just been shot off with a lucky shot for him in that he hasn't been shot by it, but an unlucky shot to the actual armour plates that got shot and dropped to the floor at its feet. So I thought that would be a bit different. So yeah, this is going to definitely be a lot more sort of repetition with the colour, but I think from those intense experiments, I think this could actually be the one. So not what we planned on, or what I planned on, but we've got something to go with. Let's spread that out a little bit on there. So you're at home, Crimson, or are you viewing whilst at work or something? Or is your day off today? And you're just chillaxing? So go over here. I'll be sure to send Chris our findings for tabletop standard, our experimentation of our findings with the colouring. So he can add that if he wishes. Obviously, you can see our emergency, our experiments that we've done. Get that. So I'm never scared to actually just use a thumb. If I get over a bit of the the metal of the cog and stuff, thumb it off because you can. And so again, it's with building and painting these big guys, there is that sort of like therapeutic sort of feel to them when you're doing them. And I know, like, the whole, trim the debate, people hate it and all that, but it does get easier, and you say it's actually, it can feel quite relaxing when you're doing it. So, as I always say, embrace the horror. What I'm going to do with these shoulder ones is I'll just paint the one side for now, and then go elsewhere So it gives that a chance to dry. So I'll do the other side whilst I'm here. So we're in multiple coats, so get them down. Got to run my little one to a bonfire. Thanks for the stream. I'll pop in next week. Pleasure for having you here, Gene Stair. I hope to see your Solaria once you've got through them, and I hope you have fun at the bonfire. And yeah, be back here next week. And still haven't decided what we're going to do next week. I normally leave it to the last minute, so it'll be a surprise, whatever. So take care, and thanks again, mate. I've lost the brush. Oh, there it is, just right there. Right. So yeah, like with these big flat brushes in particular, I find these, when doing trim, very handy, because I just like to sort of like, you know, like tiggle it along the edge like that and around. It makes trim a lot easier to do. So I found anyway, for my own nefarious purposes of trim painting. Just move the brush, twist it round. Yeah, no, mate. Have a good one. And just angle him around, just being careful to watch where I put those feet and my fingers on the other side. It's like, oh yeah, just painted that side, just stick my finger in it. Yeah, great idea. Spin that round. Change brush. And get on. This. Get that in there. Spin that one round. Get that one in there. Top. And in there, and in there. Right. Let that dry a bit. Right. Let's stick some onto the weapon's arms. Get that into there. And around. And so with this sort of stage, like contrast paints are really quite easy to sort of handle in most cases. And as I say, you just want to get those plates filled in. and then you can go at it again with maybe some lead belch over the actual thing. Well, I'll be, as I said, I'll be going over these with Agrax, or doing at least a line edge not edge shade with Agrax between the metal anyway. So that would give me a little bit more ability to get that sort of realistic sort of depth that you would have. And also adds to that, as I said, to the sort of the weathering of the actual bloody cat hairs. Alright, hold on. No. Paint. I've got paint all over me. Paint everywhere, damn it. Who'd have thought? So this is going to be quite a return visit with this Magos. And but I think it is the right sort of choice for the Mysium. So it's always handy having, you know, like you guys sort of helping out with the creation of these little paint schemes. Do so the white would be nice to break that up there, so that's cool. Now, right, yes, I'm feeling purple toes, so let's get them. Oop. You're also just like shoving contrast paint into the positions that you want it to go. However you can get the paint on there, as long as the paint flows, as Korn would say. Well, obviously you wouldn't say that. Not much of an artist, that guy. Let's remember, I'll just nudge that bit. Get that in there. And yes, that leg did just move because it's not been glued. Nor is that one. So let's say, because it helps with the positioning, and then obviously once I get it into the pose, I'll add some glue into the joint to help get that done. So like with the previous hobby hangout projects, I'm aiming to get as much as I can get done tonight, Obviously with the experimentation that did take a little bit of time, but yeah, get what I can done tonight, and I'll obviously finish it over the next couple of days, so it keeps me occupied, and it will hopefully end up looking pretty good, he says, because sometimes you just can't tell when you're painting a model. You get to a certain stage and just go, oh, I don't know about this. It's not filling me with a lot of hope, but sometimes it just works, and you surprise yourself, and they're the nice moments. You just go, you know what, I've done quite well there. I'm quite impressed with that. And you know, sometimes things just, I say it's just Bob Ross, you know, happy little accidents. So just go with it. So you can't really go wrong for the most part, he says. So that's all its little toes. That's dry at the top here. So might as well give that a second coat, really. It'd be rude not to. Give that a go, and then so is anybody else out here that's hobbying tonight, or just working, chilling, whatever, what you're doing? Let me know. I'm always interested in knowing what people are up to. And it's nice for the company as well, so I do appreciate you all popping in and hanging out. Hey, Tom. Yeah, I was actually talking about you earlier on, because it was your Warmaster with that head that sort of persuaded me to go with my this Warmaster for Legio Domitium. Alright, yeah, no worries, mate. The battery's running out. Nice hanging out. Might last for a while. See you in August. Yeah, you might not. So yeah, that's why I've been a bit quiet on the TOC, because August is not a good month for me. Which I've always said that, but obviously I'm just one person, and I'm sure that everyone else can kill things without me. But yeah, it's really hard for me in August for time off. So we will see. But yeah, lovely to have you here, mate, and I'm sure I'll speak to you again in the foreseeable. So take it easy. Don't do anything too much. That's going to get you into trouble. You keep on with your Primaris Impulsor Rhino thingy. Yes. Whatever that thing is. Oh, you hurt your back, mate. Oh, no. What was you doing? You wasn't up to anything nefarious, was you? I hope not. I have high opinions of my friends, and I expect the best, and that you behave yourself in good ways. I don't know what I'm talking about. Was you at work when you done it, or did you just sneeze or something silly like that? That's what normally gets me. You cough and you, oh, my bloody back's gone. Let's drying quite quick. It was a thin coat. Right. Next one. Very wary of that foot hitting the paint. Get that out there. So I hurt it while I go to work, and I guess I was just near heeled upright. I was cleaning and junk moved the wrong way, and yeah, I think I've probably been there myself as well, mate. So I know how annoying that is, especially like, you know, after having to deal with having a bad back for a prolonged period, and then you start getting into a good place, and then suddenly something comes along and just kicks you down again. Yeah, well, we all know about the other Crimson King and his back problems, you know, wolf inflicted. You know, just to say, just take it easy some more, and not trying to do too much, because you want to heal it and not cripple yourself. I'm definitely able to get these coats done quicker. I suppose because I was just doing them in thin coats, then it will go on a lot easier and dry faster, which is always handy, especially when you're trying to paint. And paint, layer, move on, and then back it. Oh, you bugger. Alright, maybe that wasn't quite as dry as I hoped. So this is the downside. It's lessened at least. You hate when your junk moves the wrong way. Yeah, when you least expect it, and off it goes. Where it stops, no one knows. Yeah, now Thousand Suns are my original traitors from way back when. And not necessarily because of Magnus, but it was in when they released Space Marine, like Epic, and the Space Marine book they produced along with the game, where they had like the little like black boxes of dialogue, information, story type thing, and the particular one that drew my attention to the Thousand Suns was when Sol Tarvitz, Varron, and Nathaniel Garrow, amongst others, loyalists amongst the traitor fleets, are discussing about warning the Emperor. And the Thousand Sons contingent was, I think, probably one of the largest ones. I seem to remember it was like a lot of Marines from the Thousand Sons was meant to make up the team that was going to be on the Eisenstein that would then fall to the back of the fleet and then make its way to Terra to warn the Emperor. But it's been a while. So I may have been... I know Thousand Sons were involved, but... and I just thought, that's pretty cool, you know, because there was like... I swear they were the largest contingent of loyalists in the traitor fleet that went with Garrow. Oh, stretch break. Ouch. Yeah. Sorry for these strange noises and movements I'm performing, but I needed to stretch and uncrick myself. So yeah, I've been bringing my Battle Bling Dagger and Tune up to speed. Lovely bits. Did you get the custodian head for anything? Well, I saw Rob Walters had done his Solaria Warmaster with the custodian head. I'm not sure on the bits, and I know like my mate Lyden Proctor, he got some Battle Bling bits as well, like the macro Gatling blasters for the Warmaster. But yeah, it's so much good stuff out there for like the hobby, like the is it Grimdark who make the like 3D printed scenery. I think it's Grimdark, because that's pretty gnarly. Right, I'm just gonna turn the radiator on because it's getting a bit cold in here, and I'm also have a stretch. Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. Because I knew I had chocolate bar. So I'm gonna... So he's coming together, alright, for those armour plates in there. I've got to do the top though. I'm not sure what colour to do. Could keep it white. Maybe. Right. For those that aren't aware, this is some new experimental Snickers creamy peanut butter bar, and you get 2 little squares. But it is quite delicious. Right, what am I doing now, Lee? I'm doing a fireplace. Where's that book? I'm going to check something quickly. Yeah. Right. Purple fires it is. You've got your red and yellow fades to do next, yeah? Well, me and yellow. I don't know. I've done quite a lot of the yellow over the last few years, but we're never good friends. So going from that head you showed me the other week where you posted that up on AT18, definitely quite because I didn't really like the head, but then when you showed me the picture of your one, I thought, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. You've done quite a good job with your one, so it sort of helps when you got someone who can paint, painting the piece in question, and actually giving it a bit of character with your work. So that's why I said that's what sort of prompted me to actually use it for this dude. Because with my Krytos, I've got to use the other head, the one with the gap in the grill, the one with lots of spiky bits for Krytos. I feel that would be only right, really, for them. Get these bits here. And front part. So Crimson, when we was sort of briefly talking on Artist Empire the other day, you like watching old sci-fi movies as well, or seemed to indicate that you did when I mentioned about watching This Island Earth. I'm trying to think maybe if my next one to watch might be the original The Day the Earth Stood Still, because it's the whole sort of Gort and Klaatu situation there, which, you know, Gort Varada Niktu, which was obviously stolen for the Evil Dead Army of Darkness. Or is there something else, you know, like Quartermass? I'm trying to think of the other one. There was one I actually used to like when I watched it a couple of times when I was like a teenager sort of thing. Because on one of the TV channels over here, they used to show the old sort of black and white sci-fi movies on a good regular basis. So that's how I got into watching those films. But obviously, You always have like the main ones, but it was the shape of things to come, which was an interesting, because it sort of went over a timeline. So like it's like World War One, and then next minute it's like, you know, oh, amazing planes and stuff. Or there's one where the Earth is getting really hot because it's suddenly going towards the sun or something. I can't remember the names. Oh, the thing from the from outer space, the original thing. that always makes me chuckle with the thing. Obviously, John Carpenter's The Thing scared the living bejesus out of quite a lot of people. But the Thing from Another Planet, obviously 1950s sci-fi, but when you find out what the actual alien is, it does sort of change your opinion. It's a Grey Knights player. There's only one Thousand Sun I like. What's it? Ravidia? Is that his name? And he merged with his tutelary and the Shard of Magnus, wasn't it? In Path of Heaven, which was an awesome book. The White Scars books in the Heresy series are actually, I really enjoyed Chris Wright's writing, and even Chris Wright's stories with the Space Wolves, with like Wolf King, was really, really good. And it was because of Wolf King that I got the other Wolf book. I can't remember. I can't remember it. Yeah, because I remember there was a few guys that I knew that one of them went a little bit mental over the whole. He didn't agree with how Russ was acting, and that he felt that Russ should have been, you know, killed as a traitor. So yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a bit much, but because obviously when I read it, and when I was looking into like what people were saying, why they didn't agree with it, and I was just thinking, well, you know, Layman Russ, he's a badass, but at that point in the heresy, he felt he needed to sort of have a good hard think about things, because obviously he'd gone in and with his guys, and when he was only meant to arrest and detain Mr. Magnus of Prospero, and instead he committed to a full ground assault, and ended up breaking his back and throwing him to the warp and all that sort of thing. Lost thousands of his sons in the case and all that, and many humans died in the conflict, and the planet got absolutely smegged. But it's like he felt he had been manipulated, and when you can't trust yourself, you put him on a back burner. He's like, well, what the hell? You know, what do I do? I can't trust Horus now, because he was the one who, you know, goaded me into things. And sometimes when you're on a bad run of form and things aren't going right, you've got to sort of take a break and step away and have a good long think about things before going to the next level. Which obviously when he did sort of get back into the thing of things, fine. But yeah, it was some people just say, "Oh, it's not him. It's not him." You know, at the end of the day, it's a character. It's stories. Friends with Rob, so I get inside track on things. You will enjoy the next thing he's doing. So Rob Sanders. It's Rob Sanders, isn't it? I hope it's Rob Saunders. I have a Gatling and Volkite for the upper arms. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, yeah. And lots of Warlord bits next. Nice. And I'm sure you will do an exceptional job with those little buggers. Always one bloody... Damn it! Always one. When you get round to it. Alright, what's everybody watching TV wise? Because at the moment I'm not got a lot of options on the old streaming side of things. I'm still waiting for Ted Lasso season 2 to come out on Apple, because that is brilliant TV series. I did sort of start rewatching the Expanse again, because that is such a great show. It simply is. You cannot accept any alternative. The Expanse is a really cool show. Full stop. My yellows glaze over white undercoat and then red fade with sepia wash to seal it and shade. Yeah. Now I like so I'll say I do use sepia mostly for actually aging metals, because it gives it a sort of a rustic sort of galvanized look to sort of like lead belcher or certain silvers when you put it over there. But yeah, say with yellow, I know it works pretty well with yellow as a sort of to help break it, especially like if you're doing it against like trim sort of thing. That would actually work really quite well with yellow. Yeah, that's looking good. It's looking good, looking fine. Not a whole lot, honestly. Yeah. So I've been listening to podcasts. There's a couple of one of my good close friends. He does a podcast called "It's a Chat" with one of his long-term friends, which is basically like a Star Wars podcast where they sort of discuss all things Star Wars. But in the latest couple of episodes, they've actually gone off and thought they'd go to take a break from all the Star Wars, that they'd do Lord of the Rings, which is something else that they really enjoyed. And I was listening to that last weekend and this week, because they normally post on a Tuesday. And it was they had 2 episodes for Lord of the Rings, where obviously they talk about the movie, but they also sort of compare it with the books and like what happened within said books. So that was quite so I'm just trying to tidy up this bloody things. Sorry, I'm just somehow got a whole load of bloody cat hair. It's almost like one of the cats has just walked along and decided, you know what, I'm going to sit on the model. Because that's the cat thing to do, right? Just go along, see something. Yeah, that's a great idea. That I'm going to sit my furry butt down. Overkill on the Magos. Oh, what's new? Magos are always going overkill. Right. I'm super flattered to inspire you, buddy. Definitely consider shaving the trim off the chin bottom. A bit, much less Bruce Forsyth. Nice to see you. Nice. Where the bloody hell was this cat hair coming from? No cats in here. Down there. So. It's probably about a third coat I've done on the weapons. Right, right, get these bloody leg armour. Get that sorted out. And the other bits of armour. Oh, fire as well, yeah, bloody hell. So, must remember to paint on screen. So at least this week we've got a clearer cam view, because I know it was mentioned by a couple of people with the camera. Honestly, still don't know what actually caused that, but this week it's obviously you've got the second cam set up, so able to see a bit of the painting and top of my head for the most part. Oh, I just noticed a dog's parading outside. In the office at the moment. In Sam's office. At the bottom of the garden. I'll be trying careful so I don't actually catapult the camera into my face, because the way the setup is. It's going well. You can see how I'm doing with the flat brush. Oh, yes, the central. So this is the bit that will go the second cowl part, which will go on afterwards. So I say when I'm building the Warmasters, I'll put the first cowl on, but I'll keep the second one off so that I can paint the first cowl and get that all done and dusted. I do recommend these little Snickers creamy things. They're really quite nice. A smooth peanut butter. Obviously, our American viewers probably had these bars for decades. Only seen fit to share them with us now. Get that in there. Whoop. Rob Walters. Oh, right, sorry. Yeah, he's Solaria. Because I first saw his 28mm ones on the Titans Owners Club Facebook page, and I just thought, whoa! Especially like the reaver he did with the real it was stepping onto the gun emplacement. It's like the big old foot of doom. Some people are like, oh, you don't really, moaning and all that sort of thing. But well, sod it, you know, he's doing a stomp down. He's going to stomp on things. Titans do that. The amount of Titans that I've put stompy bits on. Yeah, it's a bit of a high stepper, but still, it still looks good, and you know that the warlord he done with the huge eagle thing on it, that was pretty impressive, to say the least. Right, so that. Okay. It was just sometimes you just got to make it easier for yourself, and having a big sprue everywhere, just worried about knocking something over, so sacrifices had to be made. The sprue god will still be happy, I'm sure. Alright, that sounds interesting. So, Kingdom on Netflix, feudal China, Japan, political shenanigans and zombies. There was actually quite a good sort of like factual program. I I think it was on Netflix, which was about samurai, and obviously going through the sort of daimyo and the foundation of, like, you know, one Japan under the one rule type thing. And that was actually really interesting to watch, because it was sort of part sort of historians talking about the things, and then obviously like little bits where they're acting out the stories of what's going on at the events that happened. Like, you know, the whole invasion of China thing that went completely, well, Korea actually, sorry, which went a little bit pear-shaped. And all the feudal shenanigans, as they're called. Yeah. Brontosaurus. So a Brotato and a Brontosaurus. Strangely enough, I've also been called a kitchen today whilst at work. Customers trying to describe to me. He said, "Right, you be a kitchen." Okay. I'm a kitchen. I don't know how to be a kitchen. I'm a human. Yeah, but yeah, say go feed yourself, mate. And yeah, if you're back, you're back. If I'm still here, then you're back. If I'm not here, I will see you on Wednesday. Oh no, you won't see me on Wednesday because Artist Empire is off next Wednesday. He's away and doing stuff, so it'll be following Saturday if you're going to be coming back to here. But yeah, you go feed yourself, mate. Get some food into your tummy. I'm liking that colour. And you see it's all coming together slowly but surely. So that's the important thing. Keep them manoeuvrable. Oh, bugger! I'll do them quickly because I can. So that's the bits that fell off the Titan. Well, shot off, sorry. They were shot off because they couldn't fit onto because of the angle I had with the stride. I couldn't fit the lobster plates in, which is a bloody shame, that. Yeah. Well, so I sort of went on to YouTube to watch it afterwards, and I thought, oh, you know, because that depixelating, it's never good. But at the moment, the stream is coming through in excellent conditions, connection apparently. So that's always good to have. At least you can see what I'm doing, and I can see what I'm doing as well. So we go. And some bits there I've missed with my I was touching up some of the bits from where I sprayed with lead belcher earlier on, but I've missed parts on the arm. So oh, and the weapon. That's going in. They're just doing this so it all keeps it uniform and looks proper. Well, we all want them to look proper, don't we? It's a shame if it's not. It doesn't hurt, it's only like 30 seconds work. But it will pay off dividends. Yeah, so say it's all this streaming malarkey. It's all new and interesting. So you get to hang out with you guys, catch up on what you're doing, and catch up and see what I'm doing. It's a sharing experience, I find. But it's a good one. That's the important thing. So hang out with you dudes and dudettes, guys and girls, and anyone non-binary, binary, you know, anyone, everyone, all inclusive. We're all friends here. We're all hobbyists. We all do stuff that we all love. So, welcome one and all. That's why I like flat brushes. Flat brush over trim works quite well, he says. Back to more purple on the plates. So this way, by alternating, it helps break up the monotony of doing the same thing over and over again. Because as I'm sure most of you know and realise, that doing that is tedious as hell. Which is not good. So so in this stage of the game, you don't have to be neat and tidy, because you're going to be tidying up, or the trim anyway, you'll be tidying up once you get round to doing the trim. And because you're doing percussive coats, and bear in mind as well, on certain parts you're going to be sticking decals onto them anyway, so that will help hide any sort of little annoyances and that. I was singing Sunshine for Love. I haven't heard that song in years, and then all of a sudden I just keep on bloody humming it to myself. In the sunshine of you. No, I won't. Should kill everybody on the stream. Yeah, he just started singing. Yeah, it was terrifying. Do love a flat brush. Let's get them in there. Well, as I said before, with doing this sort of paint schemes on Titans, they move again. Well, I'm leaning on it, that's why. You can sort of do what you want, get it all ready. Pardon me, sorry. Finish off any sort of bits that you need to finish off before moving on to the next phase. And then when you start doing like neatening up around the edges, like doing all the sort of the redoing the trim, the dreaded trim, it'll slowly but surely all start to fall into place and come together quite nicely. That's my belief, and I'm sticking with it. That's not. I'm definitely enjoying this Magos purple, as repetitive as it is. Yeah, because what I'll probably do as well is with the Magos, I will probably go over it again anyway, because that's only about 2 coats for the grooves. I'll probably do some sort of sponging on sort of some either Rune Fang or maybe even just Ironbreaker to add like sort of chipping, because on purple, because I know from my Emperor's Children it does look quite good doing it that way, so I'll probably do that at least, and then obviously ties all in when you do the Equrex part of things. So okay. This should be the last coat of these anyway. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. So hey, Phylexafusa. Yes, number 3 of the Warmaster series. How are you, dude? Are you hobbying at the moment? Or are you just popping in to say hi? Always welcome. I think you've been here every week so far, haven't you? I seem to recall. Yeah, the we had a little sort of experimentation earlier on to try and find the right sort of colour purple, and this is what most people agreed looked pretty cool. but it does involve having to sort of go over it several times before it's in the right area. But sometimes sacrifices have to be made, especially when you're dealing with a Warmaster Titan. You have to do it and pay it tribute. So you have to make sure it's all lovely and jubbly. He's bending his legs at stupid angles. And I'll never be ashamed to use the side edge of a flat brush. As long as you get the paint where you want it to be, that's all that matters. As far as I know, for a bit chap. Is that moot again? Yeah, so the more I see this purple on there, the more I'm liking it. Definitely feeling it, Bill. I have a dilemma. I want you to stop painting Titans so fast so I can catch up. But at the same time, more Titans for the Omnissiah! I'm definitely going slower than I used to go, to be fair. You know, just doing, well, depends what I am doing. Like, obviously it's either going to be 2 Warhounds, because obviously I'm doing these to obviously to do whilst on stream. So because say with returning to work and getting back into the work flow, definitely finding a lot less time to hobby. So I'm sort of spreading it out and just taking my time with, you know, building and prep and painting and everything, just to sort of maximise what I've got to hand, really. And obviously, so I've got something to do on a Saturday with you guys. So there is all methods to my madness, hobby madness. So I'm doing it for all our benefits, because otherwise it would just be me here talking and wandering off on tangents, which isn't the greatest of things sometimes. Yeah. Doing this. I've really enjoyed these last few weeks of live streams, and say having you guys join us and girls come in and just, you know, hang out. It is nicer to sort of share your hobby and to be in a nice little group of fellow hobbyists. So having you guys here earlier on when we was discussing about these purples was very, very handy. and we sort of done a little show and tell demonstration of what we had and what we're trying to match, and a consensus was agreed upon, and it's working out pretty alright so far. Yeah, yeah. I learned this technique from Andy Hoare for when I was doing when I was doing my Raven Guard. Now bear with me. I was doing Raven Guard army as my first Marine army for Heresy, and I'd got hold of Corax, because you would get hold of Corax if you were the Raven Guard. And at one of the Heresy Weekenders, Andy said about fancy having a game. So I went, yeah, sure, yeah, I'd love to have a game. And so because I had the Corax model, I thought it'll be appropriate, really, to paint up the dead dude as an Emperor's Children Marine. So I asked him what was his technique for painting them, and he basically said lead belcher and then a couple of coats of Drushi Violet, which he mixes with Larum and Medium, so it goes on a lot smoother. But I don't, and so I just went, instead of doing 3 coats of like 50-50 mix with Larum, I just went 2 coats without, and then using Runefang steel, sponged on some chipping and all that, and then painted Retributor gold on the goldy bits, and they look pretty cool. And so it's a quick and easy sort of method, which I love, quick and easy, and yeah, it just worked out really well. And from that, and then obviously seeing his army in force when we was having our game, and yeah, because I always fancied doing the Emperor's Children, and the way his technique works, he looks like the original sort of book art from like books 1 and 2, very sort of similar to how these are looking. And so I just sort of thought, sod it. And I had some Marines, and then I started painting them up as Emperor's Children. Loyalist Emperor's Children was always the plan. But Emperor's Children really get better with traitors. Because you get, obviously, like Eidolon and Fulgrim and the Cacophony. And so my Emperor's Children force are basically based on the Cacophony with the 3rd Company veterans right of war. So I have a good squad or 2, sorry, or possibly 4 if you break them down into smaller groups of Cacophony and take them as troops, and then you have to look at all my troops and other bits and pieces, because I have about 14,500 points worth of Emperor's Children, and it all started from that one guy on a base of Corax's display base, and escalated from there. Andy has got over 15,000, and he's been, during lockdown, he's been painting quite a lot, so he's had the opportunity to actually do some hobby instead of, you know, creating all these wonderful game systems for us to play in. So thanks to Andy Hoare for being an awesome hobbyist and games writer, manager of the Specialist Game Studio. You do us proud, boy. Although you're older than me, so I shouldn't really call you boy. Right, for a break, I'm going to do some Corax White again. Because I've missed some bits that I should have painted. Silly, silly me. Actually, before that, I'm just going to quickly freshen my water. Because it's looking very, very purple. Which is not a bad thing. Luckily, I have the little water closet right here. So, 2 sets. That's fresh water, taken care of. Clean. Ah, wonderfully clean. So, cool armour. Use these on place. Get them into the little runnels. As saying earlier on to those who weren't here earlier on, at this stage you don't have to be so tidy with your application of Corax White, because the Corax White is going to get washed over anyway with Agrax at some stage. So what happens after you go over it with the Corax, go over it with Agrax, is that you're going to re-layer parts of it with more Corax. So that will help to give the depth to the actual white. That's the plan anyway. So these last 3, and then I just remembered even that I have to do those few bits, these guys here, the sort of rear armour. Of the Achilles heel armour. Well, sort of. Maybe not so much Achilles heel. It's, you know, the calf. Back of the leg, that's what it is. Not bad, just got back from work and I think so. Trying to be anyways, and anxious that my Titan packages haven't shown up despite saying they've been delivered. Yeah, no, I can understand that sort of anxiety. So, would they have been left with a neighbour? Or would there have been someone indoors to take them in for you? Was this just the precept Maniple. Or was you a Warmaster as well? I can't remember what you said last. It was last week you were saying, wasn't it? Ah! Yeah, sorry, I got my brush stuck. Got my brush stuck in a mic. Yeah, he electrocuted himself and everything. You wouldn't believe it. I've never seen a man glow that much. Sorry, it's random tangent of strange happenings and goings on. When you get little accidents that happen randomly. He was like, I always like picture like some sort of like news reporter said, "Here we are at this quaint, peaceful town where suddenly a monster has appeared and destroyed a school because it could." Yeah, see, they're random. Oop. Then it should be delivered to the lockbox or a note left, but I haven't seen either. One is 2 Reavers and 4 Hounds, the other is 2 Warmasters and another preset box. That's what I'd like to see. Escalation. Titanic proportions. Yeah, I'll pump those numbers up. As Matthew McConaughey would have said in Wolf of Wall Street. They are rookie numbers. So very rough. Bonk. Sorry, cracking back has to be done. And a scratch. You're at 74 now. Bloody hell. But say, is that including your new ones, I'm assuming? So obviously you've got to build them and paint them, because I only include the ones that I'm painting in my current total. So obviously this will be number 94 once finished. So he's Proto 94. So yeah, I've definitely slowed up, as I said, because I'm trying to make sure I've got something to show you guys and girls when I'm on a Saturday, because I want to give you something to watch whilst you're doing your hobbying and stuff around the house. Right, so that is, so still good numbers. I think you are the second. I'm not sure. Was that Henrik? Was it Schneidler? There's a German hobbyist on AT18. He's got a large collection. I know he does also have like 3D printed ones in there as well. So, but yeah, I can't remember last time he mentioned how many he had, but obviously they're all really well painted. He uses he's a really good airbrusher. So obviously he can get a lot done using that and stencils to get these Titans out of the way, and Knights. So yeah, you're definitely on the charge there, Felix. So on this stream, you're definitely in second place. So that's the thing. I don't know. I don't know that many other people that have as many Titans as us. So I'd say apart from Henrik, yourself and me, the next nearest is I think it's Zach Bear. Although he was saying he was doing a 4th Legio, so I don't know how many Titans he has in the other 3. So who knows? My current finished total is 17. I did 4 more last week. Oops, Cap's working on 2 more this weekend. Well, I will be once I got caught up and painting them. Can't legit claim that until I get them done. Yeah, that's what I would say. I only count. Yeah, grey plastic does not count. It was one of the podcasts. It was the Eye of Horrors podcast I was listening to, and they were saying that basically in their games, if somebody fields a heresy army with lots of grey plastic, that basically all painted Marines or all painted models get a preferred enemy grey plastic. So you get to re-roll. I always used to say that so if you just a grey plastic, you basically don't get an armour safe. Well, it's not being like snobbish in that, you know, it's nice to play against somebody who's got a nice looking army that spent the time to sort of paint it to look what it's meant to look like, sort of thing. Because that's the thing, when you play these games, you want to play against somebody who's put as much sort of passion and stuff into yours. Yes, obviously real life can be a pain at times, sort of thing, if you've bought a ticket and you've run out of time, but he's just nice to see, and getting some cool photographs of the battle as well, where you're like your unit goes charging in and it's going up against, grey plastic. It's not, you can't really show those pictures, can you? It's wrong. It's just common courtesy. That's what it is. So yeah, obviously I'll take pictures of from better angles. Sorry, I was adjusting that out for you. Yeah, it's so much better with paint and terrain and minis. You're absolutely right. Say, because it allows you to sort of like become, your imagination can actually just like get right in there with it, and that's what it's all about. Yeah, well, see, that's it. You've sort of evolved. Yes, I've got to do it this way. Because they say that's what you want at the end of the day. You want to have a cool looking army going up against other cool looking armies. probably 15, maybe about 18 years. Yeah, it's way more, and that's what you want. You say it is escapism, so you want to have more escapism by having, you know, an army you're fighting against looking cool. I think it might have been on the Artists Empire channel on Wednesday live stream, and I was saying about I used to play doubles tournaments with my friend Mike, and we turned up to one tournament once, and one of the games we played against was a guy. He had Eldar, or Eldari as they're known now, but they were all just black undercoated. And if there's one thing you sort of come to expect from playing against an Eldari force, is that you're basically fighting space skittles, because they have so much colour and vibrance. So going up against these dudes and they're just black undercoat, it's like, oh well, you know, it's a bit disappointing. So yeah, but that's the whole thing. You want that immersion, because I say sometimes you're playing a game with somebody and it's like really cool, and you sort of lose yourself in it. And the amount of times that, you know, when I've told stories about these games that I've played in, you know, it is like, you know, war stories that you're regaling. Or, well, there was that time when I rolled a 6 and we stormed the castle and destroyed the enemy. And you say you tell it. Well, I know I do. You tell the story, and you know, and people sort of like buy into the whole thing. You know, they feel like they were there. But yeah, against grey plastic, not so much. Or black undercoated. You say if you lose that game as well, that's annoying. You just feel like, oh, I was defeated by some people that just didn't have any painted models. It's just basically common decency. Common decency. Paint your models. Right. Sorry. Keep on forgetting. Tilt shields. Alright. That is good. That is very good. Right, should I get... Where's my... There it is. Alright, I'm going to do a little bit of the base here, which is... So that's the primer I use, which is a spray primer that I get from a car parts store. So I go over that with some Mechanicus Standard Grey. Just rough as you like. It doesn't have to be, you know, perfect as most things. Let's get it on the deck. Old brush. The extra coating. And to make sure you cover up bits that you might have missed with the spray coat or the primer. Again, with the roughness as well, it will actually add a little bit more sort of depth, roughness to the actual models that you're actually painting. Yeah. That's right. It doesn't have to be precise. You can leave light bits from the previous primer, as long as you get a good coating on that, because once that's sort of dried, we're going over that with the Tyrant Skull dry brush to pick out all those little details and stuff. But I think because I'm losing the ability to see, I'll call that it for tonight. So thank you everyone for joining in. If you're sort of lurking around there and you're not subscribed, please subscribe and like. Always appreciated even. Can't even get my words out. Can't get my words out. But yeah, as I said, with the Warmaster, I will continue to paint over the next couple of days, and hopefully the plan is, like before, have it done by sort of Tuesday for hashtag Titanicus Tuesday. But yeah, thanks to you all for joining me today. As I said, it's always fun to have you around and chatting with you and stuff. But yeah, I think we've done all right. The new colour, really liking how it's coming about, and yeah, once that gets washed over, that should actually start to tie things in nicely as well. But yes, it's all groovy. Oh, I'm sorry, Felix. Feel bad now. I'll probably just end up just crashing out and headbutting the camera. But yeah, so I will endeavour to get this finished off over the next few days, and then obviously I'll post up some pictures once I've managed that. So as I said, I'll be hopefully doing some decal work on here, some like diamond type look. But yes, so as I said, thank you once again. I hope you get some hobbying done and your Titans turn up, Felix. And thank you all again for joining me, and we'll speak again soon. All right, take care.